Last time, oh, where did we leave off last time? It's been a little bit. I'm excited because they've released the they've said when 6.1 is coming out, which is when Endwalker New Game Plus is coming out. So once we finish Shadowbringers, we probably have a little bit of more time left because I think it's coming out in April. So I don't have to rush through this. Like I'll still have content, but that's okay. Yeah, he becomes a randomly hot angel and no one knows why. Everyone's uncomfortable. Alright, where did we leave off in Shadowbringers? I think I left off just after the first dungeon. So we rendezvoused with Alfino and Alize. Yes, we did. Okay, so we rendezvoused with Alfino and Alize, and then suddenly Hollowminster's Switch came under attack by the Sin Eaters, including a Light Warden, which is the most dangerous of all Sin Eaters. Because when you kill a Light Warden, the light floods into you and you become the next Light Warden. There is no stopping them. But we went anyway, and we killed the Light Warden, and the light went to flood into us, but because we have the Blessing of Light, we did not turn into a Light Warden. The Crystal Exarch summoned us because we have the power to put the Light Wardens to the sword and bring back the night sky to a land that has had endless sunlight for, I think, about 100 years? Maybe over 100 years? Something like that. But, we are the fabled warrior of darkness. Oh, I have to change my sword. Very important that I look my best for stand. Go get the Byakko sword back going. There we go. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there's something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, Kinliana. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alize both. Yeah, one of Alize's friends got turned into a Light Warden in a pretty gruesome cutscene pretty early on, so that was fun. The game was showing you, hey, this is going to be a bad time for all involved. There are no good times to be had here. If you're here for a good time, you're in the wrong neighborhood. And then in the first dungeon, we had to kill that friend. That friend became a Light Warden, and then that Light Warden was in the dungeon. Hi, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern, like every other stumbling soul in the city? I see. Well, Captain Lina can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean you were there then? The battle at Hollowminster? A stalwart lass like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs. Make yourself known. Wandering Stairs. Make yourself known. I'm sure Glinard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. This is the game introducing role quests, which in this expansion were required. There were tank, melee, range DPS, and magic DPS, and healer. And you had to do one of them to beat the game, because it actually is incorporated in the plot. Whereas most of the time, they're just a separate thing. I think we'll do these ones later. Sayla, more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet this evening, miss. Can I get you anything? Drinks around the house. Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. Ha! To think he'd send you to meet me at a time like this. The first real night in near 100 years has folks all riled up and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Hollowminster Switch. They say a Light Warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and that it was the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. I really must apologize for Glinard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was the spark to their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the stronger ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Hollowminster for proof of that, but attacks on that scale don't happen every day, praised the blessed Shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you'll run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the Settlement Council puts bounties on their heads. And our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that's been dubbed the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as light wardens. Not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at him. The Hume over there with the oversized sword is Grandson. He's in it for revenge, wants to recruit a Cromman-in-Arms as tenacious as he is. The Mistal lad is Lurik. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks, he's as hard a hunter as they come. He just lost a partner and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Sirig. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Giot, dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. Now I can do role quests, but right now I'm not gonna do role quests, because I don't need to. Plus with New Game Plus, I'd have to go to a different category. Because they're not main quests. Yeah, so the cardinal virtues look like the people who caused the flood, and as we learned, the people who caused the flood were the warriors of light, who then came to our world by killing themselves to become warriors of darkness to try and save their world, because they caused the flood by doing good. They did too much good and tipped the balance badly, and you know they were really upset about it. They're not bad guys, but everyone here thinks they are. Welcome back, miss. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar, but will you be retiring to your quarters? Very good. In light of the present situation, I've had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, miss. Yeah, the Warriors of Darkness came to the source and tried to kill us to retip the balance and save their world, but we thwarted them by helping them save it in a different way. So their souls returned here with Minfilia, who was our friend. This is the one Warrior of Darkness whose soul is not a Cardinal Warden, Ardbert.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang, and I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding. She's here. I must go to her.
Mystery girl with blonde hair. Whom, from the trailer, we know, or can infer, is named Minfilia. We saw Thancred running with a girl that he called Minfilia, but our Minfilia isn't a child, so why do they have the same name? Plus, our Minfilia gave up her life to stop the flood. Meanwhile, back at home, where things are not good, but, you know, we left. Back on the Source Dimension, our good friend Estinian is raising hell in our place.
Out of my way!
Silly goose.
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy.
Gaius von Balsam.
When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the warrior of light from the jaws of death. Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own. They tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed.
Estinian is haunted by our potato friends.
And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you. but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radians said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
Our greatest foe, the Garlean Empire, was created by an Ascian, our other greatest foe. And they're not too happy about finding that out. Begging your pardons, miss, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not stray too far from the Crystarium, where it has it that Yulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the ocular, deliberating a response. Our giant fat toddler friend is not happy that we killed a Light Warden. Well, we're happy we killed a Light Warden, so we're gonna keep doing it.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships.
The problem, Grant, is that Light Wardens, when you kill a Light Warden, its light will corrupt whatever killed it. The light doesn't dissipate because there's so much of it. It will turn the killer into a Light Warden. The only reason we're able to defeat them is because we have Heidelin's Blessing of Light. There's no one on this shard that has that, because we're in the first shard. Because we have the Blessing of Light, we can absorb the light and not get turned into a monster. So that's why the Crystal Exarch summoned us and our friends accidentally in the process to help him save this shard, because once we destroy the finite amount of Wardens, that's it. Yes, that's why he called us here, because we have the power to decimate Light Wardens. He wants us to put each of them to the sword. So we killed the one in Lakeland, but there's one in every region of the world, so that's the beginning of our quest. But Yulmore is not too happy about it, because Yulmore wants to quote-unquote live in peace with the Sin Eaters and live out the final days, because they're heralds of good, even though they're definitely not heralds of good. They're bad.
They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish.
Very quiet.
Enter.
It's the man. Oh, sheet. Ranjit.
Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
What a friendly looking guy.
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmor's interest in this?
His benevolent
thank you.
Lord Vorthri is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater.
Ah, yes, the relations of Sin Eater killing men.
Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmor considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution.
Mr. Exarch don't give a fuck.
Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthri. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmor's mercy, promptly.
He knows. He ain't a dum-dum.
One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
Alfino and me.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
Oh yeah, he knows we're there. He's no dum-dum.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmor's army since before Vorthri's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmor chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmor has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well. which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmor before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
I'm sorry, generations of Minfilias?
Of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He will be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
This is a hashtag moment for Orkin because she had big feelings for Minfilia. And has, of course, since assumed that she is big dead. Nope, that's all. Yes, if you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. They are experiencing quite a surge in popularity. Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light? Then it would be my pleasure to assist. After I've finished some few outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me a book. The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. I would hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see for yourself. The book should be located on the level below. Should, I say, for there is a place for everything in here, not everything is always in its place. Despite my best efforts. In short, if the book is not where it should be, it will most certainly be somewhere it shouldn't. So, good luck. My legs. Just as your eyes begin to blur, they finally come to rest on a copy of the Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light. You found the book? Yes, this is the one. I hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Without further ado, then, began 100 years ago, when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrent. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance, a maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Naught was known about her, save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm, she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Verbert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair of spun gold and eyes of clear sapphire, he was hailed as the Oracle Reborn, and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Ilmoran army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. And true to her words, some years later another girl was discovered who possessed the selfsame eyes, the selfsame hair, and those selfsame powers. She too took the name Minfilia. She too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmore, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrent on numerous occasions. And were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered to be as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not, but all were made to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. What can you tell us about the current Minfilia? She was found by the Ilmoran army some 10 years ago, and taken into their care. Or rather, their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name, for by that time, under Lord Vothry's rule, Yulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in the Yulmorans' best interest for her to remain under their control. But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul strode into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed, well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Morin. Might I trouble you for a word, Kiliana, outside? As you will have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued Minfilia was none other than our own dear Thancred. They have since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not yet had a chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Heidelin's emissary to halt the flood of light. It could only be her that the people first witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But while there's plainly some connection between the woman we know and her namesakes, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean that they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubt that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, then we will be certain he will not stand idly by. There you go again, talking in your roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, then just spit it out. Just so happens, I agree with you. It's quite clear that this Minfilia possesses Heidelin's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual on our side, right, Kinliana? Quite. See, you've made up your minds. Exarch, what brings you here? A report and a proposal. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed that the Ilmoran forces at Laxenloft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her there, but we can be certain that they will move her to the Yulmore ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So if we mean to act, we should do so quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium.
You are doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength, you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary. Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you. My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Yulmore. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrand deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Yulmore's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost. But even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmore's ultimatum.
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear!
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
And there you have it. If Yulmore wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure. At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Very good. See to your preparations.
I love the people of the Crystarium. They're good eggs.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
So, you'll be joining the guard? But however highly the Exarch thinks of you, you will receive no special treatment from me, is that clear? Where's your salute, soldier? Better. More spirited than the Exarch's people of Temps, certainly. Now, first things first, you will need uniforms. Go to the Crystalline Mean and report to Catelys. She will see you measured and fitted. Gonna stick it to Yulmore. Fuck those guys. Except for the Chais. The Chais can stay. They were cute. And Dula Chai didn't report us because she's a good egg. Ah, there's the last of them. Your friends are being measured as we speak. Right this way, we'll see to it that you look your dashing best for your first outing. Done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. I see. How goes it? Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we don't have anything on hand that's already fit. We do have a few that are fairly close. We should be able to make them work with some minor adjustments. Very well then, see to it, and have the uniforms delivered directly to the field. I shall take this opportunity to brief you on the mission. As mentioned earlier, we shall deploy Amaro to scatter dream powder from the air. Once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the Oracle. Her safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided wherever possible. I assume we're to be part of said unit? Correct. The unit will be divided into two contingents, one deploying from Fort Job and the other from the Ostial Imperative. You and Alfino will join the former. Kiliana, meanwhile, will join the latter with me. Before you proceed to your positions, you are to report to Chesamil at Spagarix? Oh, words. Spagarix. She will issue with you a serum to ward off the effects of dream powder. We shall be on our way then. Take care, my friend, and we will see you in the field. It is quite far to the Imperative, so you may make use of an amaro from the rookery, after you have collected the serum, of course. Speak to Jessamine to get drugs to not fall asleep when we deploy drugs. Yes, sweetie? Is there something you need? Oh, one of the guard come for your dram, are you? Here you go. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world when your enemies are off in dreamland. Now, if this is your first time, I should warn you, it's bitter as sin. Princess Kiss, they call it, but if you ask me, it should be Crone's Kiss. Just aside, the stuff really is foul. Most people gag like there's no tomorrow, but if you don't drain every last drop, you're liable to end up taking a trip to dreamland yourself. So I must ask you to drink it here and now while I watch. Come on, give the old crone a kiss. Well done, sweetie. I'm proud of you. Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you even enjoyed it. And now you needn't fear falling asleep on the battlefield. Just have care you don't lose any of your limbs out there, alright? They don't tend to grow back. Silly healers. They've seen enough shit that they can make jokes. Nope. Rookery? Rookery. Yes, what do you require of me? An Amaro to take you to the Imperative, eh? Much as I would like to oblige, all our mounts are reserved for the coming operation. I fear you will have to go by foot. But wait, there might be another way, assuming you're willing to lend a hand. I was just about to deliver an Amaro to Radiska's Round, one of the locations whence the beast will fly for the operation. The tower lies along the route to the Imperative. If near enough is good enough for you, you may make the delivery in my stead. Very good, I shall ready the Amaro for departure at once. I'm going to interchange Amaro and Amaro because I keep forgetting how they officially said it, even though we just heard it like a second ago. Rediska's Round is to the north and west. You can take the road or you can fly. It's up to you. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry and she will give you further instructions. You should become separated from the Amaro, worry not. The beasts are trained to return to the rookery. That is all. Go well. This is a mount that I do not have yet because it requires getting all of your classes to level 80. And my monk is 30-something and is currently my lowest, so it's gonna be a hot minute before I have my precious little bird friend. Oh, you're delivering that Amaro to us? Heard there's been a change of plans. We already have all the beasts we require here. Instead, this one's to go to the Imperative to the west. Please see it to the handler on duty, Zeli Vanthu. Zeli Vanthu. You encounter trouble along the path, return here and I'll set you rightwise. Even better, because the Imperative is where I'm going. Ah, the last tomorrow. My thanks, friend. You may leave the beast with me. Say, I don't believe I know you. Did you join the guard recently? Kinda? Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to the Hostile Imperative, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. First you'll want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her at the lookout across the way. So, it seems that rather than Amaro delivering you, you delivered the Amaro. I'll not thank you. I expect all my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. In readiness for the operation, the Amaro will need to be treated with the same serum as us. As you well know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them to taking it, we have sprinkled it on their fodder. All that remains is to feed it to them, a task I am sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amaro launch and see to 4 of the beasts. Dismissed. The Amaro happily devours the fodder. The Amaro absent-mindedly munches on the fodder. The Amaro was wary at first, but appetite eventually wins out and it accepts the fodder. The Amaro reels at the smell, but accepts the fodder nonetheless. Dragon. The Amaro are fed. Good. The rest have already been dosed, so we need not fear any of our mounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units have now entered the final stages of their preparations. The time is nigh. Make ready and await deployment atop the main watchtower. I will send your uniform along as soon as it arrives. That is all. May night smile upon us. Yeah. Good. The operation's about to commence. Stand ready. I'm gonna be wearing Uggy armor, but it's just a visual. The armor itself is fine. The helmet's ugly as sin. At least it's not pink armor like these guys. Look at.
Keep moving. What now?
The Crystarium at a guess. Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
You're gonna be... Sound the alarm!
Night-night time.
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
It is time. Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
First contingent has already entered. Let us follow. There you are, Kinliana. Mayhap you could lend us a hand. Reinforcements! We need reinforcements! My men will occupy the enemy while we rescue the Oracle. Come, we will keep close to the wall. Can I? Oh, yes. There are too many. They're here too. 2 arms! 2 arms! Damn, let's make this quick. You certainly took your time. Let's cut a path through this rabble and keep moving. Your zeal is admirable, sister, but we were told to avoid enemy attention, not invite it. You do not have time. Leave them to the guard. Yulmore may boast the world's largest army. But woman for woman, we are no less mighty. Intruders! Stop them! God, not again. Hysterium scum! This is no token force. They were serious about invading. You can stand, you can fight. Push them back. We must press on regardless. The longer we take, the harder... Oh, there are more still standing than I would have liked, but we must press on regardless. The longer we take, the harder our task will become. Who the fuck just cast Stone Skin? That skill's not real. That skill doesn't exist anymore, cheaters. I'm pretty sure it was gone in Shadowbringers too. Why the... Weird. We don't seem to be getting anywhere. Kinliana, Lena, go on ahead. We will hold them here. Understood. With me, Kinliana. The way is relatively clear. Good. There she is. Quickly, free her. Thank you. Are you from the Crystarium? Correct. We've come to rescue you. Your weapons, made to the same specifications as Thancred's. Be ready to use them. Understood. Please lead the way. Let us rejoin the others and quit this place. All this trouble because of me. I'm so sorry. Save your apologies until after we've escaped. Quiet. Too quiet. Is that Ranjit? This will not end well. Oh, sheet. Ranjit. Brazen thieves. You'll regret coming here. You will return to Yulmore. No, I won't go back to that cell. It is for your own protection. Ah! Pathetic. No! Are you all right? I'm fine. I just can't move. Stay there while I tend to these vermin. Tales do not lie. He's fierce beyond reckoning. We are outmatched. He certainly cannot maintain this onslaught forever. Be prepared to run. He will do no such thing. And now it is just you and me. Ugh, be careful, Kinliana. You're made of sterner stuff than the rest. But will it be enough? Gugumats, do my bidding. Seems you are no ordinary soldier. Shit. Sure which order that was gonna go off in? You are persistent, that I will allow. I have your measure now. The game is up. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Skipping a whole chunk of rotation. Okay, slap me in the mouth. Know your folly.
You, boy. You bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks. By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yulmore.
This is Thancred!
Thancred?
So, you are the wretch who stole her from us.
And what if I am? What?
Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
Break!
Fool! You would see your city razed.
I would sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way. But you would do well to tread warily, For your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmore dare not bear its steel. Ilmeg, the Fairy Kingdom.
Oh, Ilmeg.
To think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds.
And here's this fucker, on the first to join us.
Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter a world's course. And now the plan has gone awry. But how? How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the Source to the First? As if I didn't have enough on my hands already. Then again, with a soul such as that, mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
Oh, Emperor Solus, the Ascian.
Not so long ago, here in the shadow of the northern ranges, lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk. Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
That's how it's pronounced, but it's got a C in it. Yeah, Ascians are the people who are, I'll explain Ascians in a moment.
We should be safe enough here. It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Why, it only feels like 1 to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
The girl, Minfilia, she and I were traveling together hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Yulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Ilmeg. And here we are.
Orianger has called this place home for a while now. Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim. Happily, having trespassed on Orianger's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here. Sooner or later, the Yulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish 2 things. First, rendezvous with Orianger. And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
You. The hero from another world. I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and
and I knew I had to go to them. But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore. And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
Oh, poor thing being scolded so.
It's the fairies.
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Come now, put away that frown and have some fun with us. Yes, let us have some fun. Lots and lots of fun.
Which way was it to Urianger's?
We've been there so many times, but I can't. Why can't I remember?
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
The fairies are here. Yeah, so, Ascians. We have learned that the world has been split into 13 shards and the source. So, bunch of bits and pieces. The Ascians are the people who keep trying to take those shards and smush them back into the source for reasons we don't know yet. I'm pretty sure we haven't been told yet. They're trying to bring back the resurrection of their one true god and the one true world, something, darkness. But yes, they're the darkness worshippers. And there are only 3 of them that are unsundered. 3 of them that are whole beings, whereas like everyone else in the universe is a sundered shard of a person. So there are 3 Ascians. One was La Habrea, 3 whole Ascians, the leaders. La Habrea, whom we killed. Elidibus, who was the one who was possessing Xenos' body. And then the elusive Emmett Silk, whom I will say, because it's going to be told pretty soon, Emperor Solus is Emmett Silk. Ilmeg is the fairy kingdom, and as one might expect, it is home to the Fey folk. The most prominent among them are the pixies, who have a penchant for making mischief. They use powerful illusions to play tricks on all who venture into their domain. By way of an example, they can make a familiar path seem wholly unfamiliar, or lead you to believe you're somewhere you're not. We are now, I am sorry to say, entirely at their mercy. As it stands, we cannot hope to find our way to Urianger. For that, we must convince the pixies to lift the spell. From what I can make of their voices, the creatures want to play with us. If that is the case, they should permit us to find their village, Lydia Laran. Come, I have a sneaking suspicion this path will lead us directly into their midst. Oh, and I should mention that Minfilia has been informed of our situation, of the different worlds and our mission. You may consider her an ally. Yeah, so most people do not know that there are 13 shards of a world where souls have been split into pieces. Most people just think that their world is the only world. But technically our world, the source, is the original world. And it's just been... They're trying to merge all of the shards back into the source. This is the first shard. Why it's going to be referred to a lot as the first. Well, here we are, yet the pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, their games have already begun. In which case... In Liana, there's a variety of plant native to these parts, with a distinctive furrowed tip. Looking Grass is its name, so called because it could be used to spy pixies, believe it or not. I'll explain how I know all this later, but first, I need you to help me find some. Oh, and if a voice calls out to you, under no circumstances should you respond. You will only subject yourself to further mischief. No, even the source is split. There are only 3 people in existence that are whole souls, and that is the 3 unsundered Ascians. And then why they're whole still won't really... I don't think it's ever really explained, but it's covered more later in life. But yeah, even the source is still just a fraction of its former glory. You'll see, Grant. You will see. Because yes, technically that is how it works. There's a shard of someone's soul on every world, but time also flows differently on each shard. So like, Thancred's been here for 5 years, Alize's been here for 1, but they disappeared from us like less than a month ago in our thing. But now, like, time is converged back to normal. Like, it ebbs and flows. It's not always in alignment. Right now, it's in alignment. So the amount of time we're here won't affect the world, because otherwise they'd have a lot of storying stuff to cover. But while they were here, time has passed. So, like, who knows? Technically, our shard could already be dead. But this game is all about reincarnating soul fragments and stuff. So I'm sure that just lots of us's have been born. But Minfilia was, yes, she was originally from the source. But she's kind of a different story. Because what happened with her is that Hydaelyn called her to her side. And she became the voice of Hydaelyn. And Minfilia from the source came here to the First and stopped the Flood of Light. So this Minfilia that's reincarnating here in the First is the Source's Minfilia, not anyone from the First. It is our Minfilia, who, in theory at least, perished stopping the Flood, and her power is being passed over and over to these girls. What is it you seek, child? Perhaps I can help you find it. I'm not answering you. Such a rude child, too clever by half. I shall seek my fun elsewhere. If you answer them, then they, like, do, like, shitty little debuffs, like, they make you walk slow and stuff like that. Searching the scrub, you find what appears to be looking grass. Suddenly a voice rings out. Ooh, a visitor. Where are you from, pray tell? Perhaps this one's hard of hearing. Ahem! What brings you here? Ugh, stone deaf, how boring. Still, picking plants at our village is as good as indulging in our hospitality. And who are we to turn you away? Stay a while. Stay forever. Body begins to feel heavy. This lasts a minute. This is a minute-long heavy. Thancred. Yeah, basically what's implied, and this will be covered more later, is that, everyone from the original world now has all these shards scattered throughout. Yeah, the Fae want me to play with them forever. I take it you met with some trouble. Apologies to subjecting you to that. Can I assume from your presence that you managed to find us some looking grass? My mom's getting scammed and she's having me double check her work real quick.
Check my profile. Can I go and check her profile?
No, don't click the link or you will be getting viruses.
Just go under search and look under her.
No. I mean, you can, but don't click that link or you will be putting viruses on your phone. I know I'm not fun, but I'm trying. You know, you already hate your laptop. You don't want to hate your phone too. Yes, this is the stuff. Thus armed, we should be able to see through the Pixie's veil of invisibility. Seeing them is the first step to dealing with them. Come, let's gather everyone and put Urianger's little trick to good use. My mother's a hoot. It often is like, is this a scam? And holds up her phone and it's a very obvious scam. And I'm like, yup. I found you. The game is over. I have to turn my helmet back on.
No, we're found! How did this mortal know our trick? Wait, I recognize their souls. These two have been here before.
Look, twins! How adorable!
Oh!
Flee with us!
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianger.
Oh yes, Urianger, the peculiar one. In return for a place in Elmeg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we? Should we?
Would we?
What now?
I don't know, but this is their home, so we must indulge them.
Alisaie's like, God damn it.
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition: that you first lend us a helping hand. Or 2, or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urianger. Pixie's honor.
Well, there you have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
Another day in the Warrior of Light's life. Chores for random creatures and people. What's that? You need shit picked up? I'll go pick up some shit. I did that in Stormblood. I was just thinking that, Gran. Pixie's honor. I don't know if I trust that. That's bad phrasing. Put my helmet back on. And since this is a new game plus, I actually have to do these one at a time. Oh, look at me. Look at me. I have a task for you. Lydia Laron is our beloved village, and we want it to always look lovely, and it can't look lovely without flowers blooming, and no flowers bloom lovelier than Everblooms. Here are some Everbloom seeds. Take them and sow them here, there, and everywhere around the village. Simple as a dimple, yes? Luckily, I can cheat and fly because I am from the future. Yeah. My first time seeing it, that's the amount for beating Savage. Dope. I hope it... I think we have the chance of clearing today. We're pretty damn close. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Helping us grow flowers, are you? They'll make this house look so much lovelier. There used to be a city of mortals here, a great big bustling place called Verbert or Burvert or some such. But the Sin Eaters came and everyone disappeared. Since then, we pixies have been living here, and we've given the old houses our touch. Lovely, don't you think? Alright. Let me know if I'm back. Silly Twitch. Tricks are for kids. Don't worry, you didn't miss any thrilling pixie dialogue. Ooh, I can't wait for the flowers to bloom. Perhaps I'll make pretty curtains out of them. God, I love spaghetti emote. It makes me happy. You're done sowing the seeds? Thank you. This shall help Lydia Laurent live up to its name, which means flower house, in case you weren't aware. We weren't always here, you know. We used to live deep in a lush forest. It was beautiful beyond compare, but almost all of it was swallowed up by the light. For a while we roamed, but eventually we found the place that men had abandoned. Together with our fellow Fey folk, we decided to make it our new home. The land of everlasting spring. This is our home, and it could be yours too, forever and ever and ever. Ugh, I'm so hungry I may faint. Fruit. A little fruit will set me right. Will you go and fetch some for me? Just outside the village you'll find a hillock. 2 great bell trees grow there. If you give them a shake, they should render up their sweet, succulent burdens. I love this weather that they've made purely for story. Yeah, like the everlasting light is actually a weather condition that like other people who are in this zone right now don't see this. They see like night and day if they've progressed the story, but everlasting light is purely for the story weather. It's very creepy. A bug comes tumbling down with the fruit. And again, a bug! It's fog. Cool. Ethereal. Oh, so hungry. Did you get the fruit? Oh, thank you ever so much. You saved me. You saved me from my boredom. You should have seen the look on your face when the bugs came down. Ah, you've done me a great service, mortal. There's one thing we pixies are serious about. It's having fun. Dull and painful things? Hate them. Sin Eaters are dull and painful both, so we hate them especially. You mortals try and fight those monstrosities, but there's no fun in that. Best to avoid them altogether, we say. Mortal, hear my plea. Our precious children are thirsty, and I need you to bring them water. Who are our children, you ask? Why, they're the leaf men you see standing about our village. Adorable, aren't they? Now, you'll need to go to Longmirror Lake to draw the water. Once you have it, see that our children have a good drenching. Oh, but be warned, the Fuoth make their home in the lake. They tend to play rough, so have care. Oop, that wasn't the right button. Don't mind me riding my motorcycle through your precious flowers. He sends a hostile presence. The Fuoth. Oops. Don't mind me pressing every wrong button that ever existed. You've given water to our children? Thank you ever so much. They're all very dear to us. They wandered into Ilmega's stray immortals, but we grew attached to them and decided to take them in. You and yours would have been our children too, but the enchantment didn't catch as well as we'd hoped. It's never too late, of course. How goes it, Kinliana? So, a mix of menial tasks and pranks. Yes, that pretty much sums up my own experience. They have no troubles worthy of the name. How long are we supposed to keep at this? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed, whenever I inquire as to how much more there is to be done, the answer is ever the same, a little. I doubt they have any intention of releasing us in the near future. Urianger once told me a story about the pixies. They're born from the souls of those who died as children, or so it's believed. Though they don't have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains imprinted on their souls. And so they live only to play, keeping hapless mortals for their pleasure of years on end, sometimes even until death. In the past, when I sought to identify the true nature of ghosts, I came upon literature examining a similar subject. The soul was likened to a core that resides in the ether, and its presence is what differentiates us from beings such as spirits and arcane entities. Upon death, said core ordinarily dissipates alongside the ether that composed the flesh. However, it may be held together and bound to the corporeal realm, either by will of its owner or by means of certain arts. In the time, the soul may regather ether into itself to assume another form, or find newly emerged life in which to abide. The pixies may be one such instance of this. If ghosts are merely souls without bodies, then what does that make us? I think you've become that which you fear most, brother dearest. However the pixies may have come into being, if we leave them to judge when they are satisfied, they will never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with the creatures, but where to begin? Seems to me we would need at least one among them to sympathize with us. In the course of your chores, did you encounter a pixie who seemed even faintly amenable to reason? Not during my chores, perhaps. What, you knew a pixie from before? Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered into a pact? You might have mentioned this sooner. At any rate, I dare to hope this will offer us a way out. Without further delay, then, summon this Feoul, if you please. I love Feoul. Shoutouts to Best Pixie. Time for some... with your chat mode and say. Let's see. I just have to... Feoul. Nope. Gotta do it from a different place. Dumbass. Do it from over here. Here we go. Destination. A voice rings out in your mind. So, my sapling has finally remembered about her lovely branch. But with such a half-hearted call, she may as well lop me off and cast me aside. I have no sapling. What do I have to say? Please. Please. Theo. I need you. If that's your idea of a fervent call, a sodden log could do it with more fire. I can't even read that. It's so... Here we go. Oh, loveliest... Oh, loveliest of branches, please grant me your succor.
You're late! Late!
waiting for you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting. But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing she is. Cold and cruel and heartless!
Another self-important little brat. Just what we need.
Reminds me of my childhood.
All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke.
Just a prank.
Just a joke. But just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Well. If it isn't Theo Ool, the mold feel. It's been too long.
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself. Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, she will never be yours. Never, never, ever!
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
No, you can't keep them either. They're for my amusement and mine alone. And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of her bag all over your precious
Not my bag.
cold, hard metal, furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that,
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Urianger?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
It seems we won't be joining you.
Aye! We'll reveal the hidden Fernic to you at once.
Now the spooky mist clears, and now it's just the everlasting light. To a very pretty zone.
So this is the true Ilmeg.
How are you feeling?
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Urianger?
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
God, I love her. Fayeul is so good. Bitch! Fucking call me! You're in a land of pixies and you didn't think to call your pixie? For Alfino and Alize's sakes, let it be quick. It would be a shame to return only to find they had been made to play one game too many. Now, the place we seek is an abandoned manor of a nobleman or a scholar. The Booksman's Shelves, it's called, after the fellow's vast collection of tomes. An agreeable habitat for our friend, I'm sure you'll agree. If we follow the path north, we'll soon find the place. Come along. Good luck, Alfino and Alize. Believe in you. here we are at long last. I give you Urianger's humble abode. Come, let's see if he's home.
Urianger, are you in?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends her way. The Exarch did send word that thou wouldst seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon.
Giving us every angle of this hot new look for our old English boy.
Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
Urianger, you have no right to be so hot. But here we are.
Run along, Minfilia. We will meet you outside.
But...
Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
I think we'd be nice to the poor child.
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already? That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity. As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come. There I saw the combined forces of Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald. So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful Ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time. Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile. Black Rose. Its potency defied all reckoning. Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides. From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed, for spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil. To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might. Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist. And those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order
Tataru, R.I.P. Kryl, R.I.P. Thancred and Stola. And R.I.P. the twins. They were dead too. Oh yeah, and us. All dead.
Were no more. For the weapon spared not one, not even thee. An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th umbral calamity which I did behold. No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy. To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency. Come. Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
It's the chart of the elements.
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active, umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, the denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral. Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the 2 forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
"'Tis indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events. The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings. Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
We would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. a calamity. Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged. We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Ilmeg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leergear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake. To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation. Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
Oh, Ariange, you talk a lot. You make funny noises with your smart words. My friend, ere I speak of the task at hand, there's a question I would pose to thee. What thinkest thou of mine appearance? I think you're looking pretty fly. I didn't, you know, did you lose weight? That's so rude. Didn't recognize you at first. Come now, 'tis scarce the first time thou hast beheld these fair features. Lest thou wonderest, I have taken up astrology. My present attire better suiteth the art. Though the night be lost behind the shroud of blinding light, doubt not but that the stars still shine. I have chosen to avail myself of their guidance, that I might navigate the sea of uncertainty that stretcheth before us. But enough of myself, let us now speak of our task. As I did mention, if we are to enter Leagaia, we must needs gain the pixies' cooperation. This is a simple matter of presenting unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selection of viands that shall please their palates. Thancred, pray assist me in this endeavor. Meanwhile, Kinliana, I bid thee obtain that which will please their eyes. In these parts there abideth a vilekin, known for its beauteous wings, the hawker. I shall lend thee a receptacle for which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen. Yep. Ariange became an astrologian, an astrologian in a world where you literally can't see the stars. But you know, he believes they're there, and I guess that's all that matters. He just wanted to play with the funny Yu-Gi-Oh cards, okay? Try don't kill these guys. Yeah, astrologians have tarot cards that, you know, you just, they buff players, and you just wanted to play with the funny Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Thou art returned. Wert thou able to capture a hawker? Ah, a truly magnificent set of wings. I shall treat them at once to make fast their vibrant colors. Thancred too shall return anon, upon which I shall ready all of the items for presentation. Pray take thine ease meanwhile. Ariange is giving funny words.
"'Tis done. The pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget. White auracite, newly forged for thy use. Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary, our eternal enemies. Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
She's like a little puppy.
I did as you asked.
She just wants Thancred to love her.
That's my girl, thank you.
Pet pet.
I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me. Which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether. I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia, once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear. Yet have care thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire. Hast thou spoken to her of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. 'Twas there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Oh, I don't want to see this. Kin's already got depression!
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot. There must be something we can do. Tell me.
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred. Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
What happened?
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it. I have told her many things, where we came from, what we fight for, but of that day, I have not spoken.
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate. The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Lida Loran.
So that is the fate of our Minfilia. Should this Minfilia decide that she doesn't want to fight, we will take over the fight for her. But if she decides that she wants to live, then Minfilia will choose to stop being reborn and will fade away back to the ethereal sea and giving all of her power to this new child. Kain doesn't cope very well with this vision, but she acts like she does, because that's what the Warrior of Light has to do. Act like you're okay when everything's awful. We weren't expecting you all back so soon. We'd scarcely begun playing with the twins. That said, your gifts are truly wonderful. Let me tell you, the milk and honey and biscuits won't last a day, and the wings are the loveliest we've ever seen. You've done us a great kindness, and it's Fae custom to return the gesture. If you desire anything of us, you need but name it. So, what is it that you desire? Rusty old coins like you mortals are wont to collect, perhaps? We are resolved to vanquish the Light Warden of this land. To what end? We desire entry to Liagaia. What a strange thing to wish for! You might as well ask for your death. But, if that is your want, who are we to argue? Very well, I shall speak with the others. You've clearly been busy, Orianger. Would you be so kind as to tell us what we've missed? So that was the purpose of the gifts. Is there anything else you can tell us about this Light Warden? Aye, my lady. By circumstances most tragic, the Light Warden of this land is our king and ruler, Titania. It was not always so, of course. Our king fought the first Light Warden that threatened our home, you see. Fought it and won. But all the horrible light that came out went and corrupted them, turning them into a new Light Warden. Now they're king only in name, not remains of the wise and just ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to steal them in the castle. The magic for breaking the seal we divided into 4, and wove each into a different relic to be kept apart until the time was right. And this dress is one of them. It's been in our safekeeping for years and years, but we've decided to entrust it to you. Are you sure? Of course, custom demands it. Though you're most certainly going to your deaths, we thought we should at least let you try. That way, we get to watch what happens. Of course, you can't break the seal unless you have the other relics, too. The shell crown is with the Fuoth, the stone scepter is with the Numo, and the crystal shoes are with the Amaro. Good luck finding them all. The facts thus disclosed confirm mine own understanding. Our quest lieth now before us. First, let us hie to the lake, there to claim the shell crown from the Fuoth. If we call to them before the untouchable gate, they will answer. Hearken to me, O spirits of the water. I somehow skipped dialogue. We are come with an entreaty. Not in a talkative mood, apparently. I'm not exactly sure how the gate works. But if the Fuoth are water spirits, perhaps we should take our search into the lake. I suppose a brief dip wouldn't hurt. We all know Thancred swims like an eel, but what about you, Minfilia? I can swim well enough. Thancred taught me. Excellent. What about you, Orianger? I'm not sure I've ever asked. Rather than swim, mayhap it would be more expeditious to walk upon the surface by means of magic. You too, Orianger. That you should be a kindred spirit. Worry not, my friend. I know some helpful tricks that I should be more than happy to share them with you. Together we shall conquer the waves. Well, well, aren't we a lively lot? And you have an entreaty for us, you say? An entreaty for mortals. What a treat. Aye, my comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we would humbly beg the loan of the Shell Crown, which we are given to understand is in the safekeeping of your people. Oh, is that all? Of course, you can have it. You shall have it. Just like that. What do you want from us? Oh, no need to be so suspicious. The crown simply doesn't mean much to us at all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us, for we are Fuoth. It's over before it's begun, and we couldn't care less what becomes of the Fairy King, nor the world for that matter. Having said that, we do so seldom have mortal visitors, and it would seem a shame not to make the most of you. Touch the untouchable gate and come hither into our domain. Don Meg. In your tongue it means forbidden realm. Sounds forbidding, yes? And so it should, for we are one with the water, our home wrought of ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through, give us thrilling sport, and we shall give you the crown. Should be able to solo this. So I shall try. Dawn Meg. I think I still have undersized on. I do. Dungeon 2. Very Alice in Wonderland-esque. I think starting with the next dungeon, I'll just use the NPCs, because I'm trying to think, last dungeon took me probably 15 or 20 minutes, and the trust can take upwards of a half an hour. So, like, really, I guess it depends on, on how strong the things are. Yeah, like, these enemies are starting to put a punch on me, so I might have to start doing single pulls, which will make solo shorter. Or longer, I mean. So probably starting next one, it'll just be worth it to do it with the NPCs. Though you have to do single pulls with the NPCs too, because their AI is not great. Ah, our guests have arrived. Bravo, bravo, very impressive. Do keep up that fine form the rest of the way. Onward, my friends, onward to your prize! Oh dear, I seem to have dropped a wasp nest! How very clumsy of me. My apologies, but accidents do happen. Come and play in my beautiful garden. Oh, not melt. Extract. Oh, this'll be fun. Yeah, this guy's got a mechanic where you have to block tethers from going into him where he gets a big buff, and I'm only gonna be able to block one of them. This should be neat. As I said, I will try and solo everything once. Oh, they only do as many tethers as there are people. That's very kind of them. Welcome. Welcome to our humble palace. Look, the shell crown. Thank you, kind Fuoth. Oh, it's a fake. You'll just have to keep going. Time for a musical interlude. Oh, sweet melody, take phantasmic form! You've mastered the melody, bravo! For you, I will play a song of terror. And tentacles. Terror and tentacles. Give me a crescendo! Give me a fortissimo! Oh wow. If you take too long, he goes back into tentacle form. I never knew that. Wait, what? Oh, he's a frog! That's fucking funny! Oh, he whiffed and turned into a frog. I've never seen that before. Because you never take that long. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, that only took me 18 minutes. It's still faster than doing it with a trust.
Wilford! Wilford!
Jolly good show.
Oh, you do not hold back. But I would have it no other way. Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
We have satisfied thy demands. Wilt thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course. There it is. The relic you seek. Yours for the taking. Have care you do not break it, though, yes. Ah, but you, my friend, you are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
More! I want to see more of her! Yes! Yes!
forever!
Why don't we just make her one of us? Yes! One of us! One of us, one of us, one of us! One of us, one of us, one of us! One of us, one of us, one of us!
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that? You may have the crown, but in exchange, we will have you!
Wake up! Wake up, damn you!
Joke's on y'all, I can breathe underwater. But thanks, Hardbert. I'm glad you were worried about me.
Ah, you're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can. I'm sure you had your reasons, but the first rule of dealing with the Fwath is do not deal with the Fwath. It's said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them. Your friends are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I expect. That's the royal capital of the Kingdom of Verbert down there. It's seen better days. They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites. Set in their ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people. It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew, while the street lamps burned hot and bright outside. All dead and buried now. Them and anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for? I wonder. I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
I'm going back in. Nay, my lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee, rest a moment. There was nothing where we looked. In Liana! I can breathe underwater, guys. Y'all forget? Dear gods, were it not for Sorbonne's blessing. But I need not labor the point. I'm glad to see you safe and well, my friend. You any idea how worried we were to wash up on the shore only to find you weren't with us? Oh, but I'm forgetting. Here's your crown, your majesty. The Foth kept that part of the bargain at least. While there were certain twists and turns, our work here is done, with everyone none the worse for wetness. Oh, thank goodness you're still here! Saloon, is something amiss? A great big mob of mortals is marching to Ilmeg. Mortals with ugly weapons and uglier faces. They wouldn't happen to be your friends, would they? Rather the reverse, I fear. The Amoran army, at a guess. Meaning we can play with them? Much as you like, but just to be sure I will return with you to confirm their identities. If they are who we suspect, we will require your aid. If Alfino is coming, then Alize will be too, yes? Can't have one without the other, you know. All right, just remember we're not your playmates this time. I'm afraid we must leave the rest of the relic hunt in your hands. Don't worry, I've done this sort of thing before. Indeed you have. Very well then, see you afterwards, my friend. With our enemies fast approaching, time is of the essence. We must needs accomplish our mission with all possible haste. Of the two remaining bearers of the relics, the Numo are the nearer. We shall seek them out next. Among the Fey folk, they bear the distinction of having abided in these lands since before the Flood. They are also the friendliest to men, and have served me faithfully whensoever I have called upon them. Indeed, they are the source of much of the knowledge I have acquired in my time here. The path lead us past my dwellings. Let us away. Past yonder cliff lieth Pla Eni, home of the Numo. The others have gone ahead to scout the way. Come, let us follow. If the path striketh thee as perceptuous, it is because it was once a mountain trail. For what the lake now lieth, there was a valley, in whose midst thrived the city of Verbert. 'Twas only when the Foth came, in the wake of the flood, that the settlement was drowned. We stand now upon its former outskirts, grazing lands where shepherds once tended their flock. Though one cannot help but feel a pang of loss when faced with such a spectacle, one can scarcely blame the Fey folk for so altering the land. The blame for that lieth rightly with the Light, a force terrible enough to bring an entire civilization to its knees. An entire world, that it should have been allowed to rise up unchecked, is the greater regret. Yet, in spite of all the tragedy which surroundeth me, full glad am I for the chance to be here. 'Twas these hands which brought together the warriors of darkness and Minfilia, lest thou forget. Therefore, even were no eighth umbral calamity to forestall, it seemed only right that I strive to deliver the first from its doom. Only right, I say, though such words ill convey the strength of my resolve. In truth, I can no more ignore the plight of this world than I choose to stop breathing, and thus do I labor for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. The coming struggle promiseth to test us to our limits, but so long as we stand together, I doubt not but that we shall prevail. Aha! Mortals, just as we thought! Hast thou business with us? Business? Ha! Nothing so boring. We smelled you coming and thought we'd come and play. They do not appear to be pixies of Lydia Laurent. Mine apologies, but we are in some haste. Mayhap another day. Oh, in some haste, are you? Then allow me to hasten you on your way. Tee-hee! Teleportation magic. For a mercy, we were not sent far from our course. Should the pixies find us again, however, they will most assuredly repeat the trick. We have not the time to waste. Let us avail ourselves of enchantment I've learned. Fey Cloak, 'tis called, a most ingenious magic which rendereth one invisible to fey folk, albeit briefly. I shall cast the enchantment upon thee. Under its aegis, thou art to make thy way past the pixies and rejoin our comrades. Know, however, that the enchantment shall suffice to veil thee and thee alone. Be not tempted to employ a mount, as it will only serve to give thy presence away. Oh, I gotta actually get the Fey Cloak. Oh, wait, no, I have it. Okay. Luckily, these fuckers won't attack me. Normally, enemies will attack you. It's annoying. Come out, wherever you are. Nope. What should we do when we find them? We send them flying. Yeah. I assumed you were right behind us. What took you so long? Ah, yes, I see, yes. I'd say that's a valid excuse for lateness. You are hereby forgiven. In other news, the Numo village lies just through here. We'll enter as soon as Ariange deigns to join us. Ah! Mortals! Mortals are here! Lots of them! I thought you said the Numo were man's best friend. The poor thing was beside itself with fear. 'Twas beside itself, perhaps, but not with fear. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you, to have so many mortals appear at once! It's more excitement than we can bear! Greetings, Elder Wood-Ank. Tierney, it hath been a while. Pray forgive my brevity, but time is against us. We are come to borrow the stone scepter of the Numo. The stone scepter? Then you mean to lift the seal over Liagiai? That is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. If the king is set free, none here will be safe. Unlike our Fey cousins, we Numo have called this land our home since time immemorial. Leaving is unthinkable. Thus did full many of us lay down our lives to seal away our king when they were corrupted by light. If we do as you ask, our sacrifice would have been in vain. Just hand over the goddamn staff. Don't worry, we'll defeat Titania. But then you'll only become another Light Warden. It changes nothing. Honored Elder, pray believe me when I say that this woman is possessed not only of the strength required to vanquish the king, but of something still more valuable. A means to resist the resultant corruption. Indeed, she hath already laid low the Light Warden of Lakeland, all without succumbing to the influence of its light. She is yet a stranger to this land, 'tis true, but she harboureth the selfsame desire to see the Sin Eaters eliminated as we do. Wilt thou not lend us thy hand, that we might see thy beloved home restored to its former glory? You have always done right by us, Oriange. If you have placed your faith in this woman, then so shall we. As you say, we want nothing more than to be rid of the Sin Eaters. Be that as it may, this is not a decision to be made lightly. We require time to deliberate. A turn of a moon, perhaps. We do not have a turn of the moon, unless we want to debate this with the Yulmoran army. Elder, given all that is at stake, we cannot well expect thee to simply roll over and acquiesce to our request. Even now, a powerful foe draweth near, and I fear I must beseech thee to hasten thy deliberations, that thou mightst fetch us the scepter, while there is yet time to use it. Roll over? Fetch? Gah! You know full well that naught gives us greater pleasure than to render aid to men. And you know full well, yet you speak the words of power regardless. It's unfair, unfair, I tell you. In happier times, it was our honor to assist mortals in need and receive rewards befitting our deeds. Since the kingdom of Verbert fell, however, we've been starved of man's patronage. After so many years of deprivation, it is difficult to ignore such an earnest entreaty. Very well, Oriange. I promise to give you as swift an answer as I may. In return, I ask that you and yours remain here for a while and bestow upon us your patronage. Is that an arrangement agreeable? You will offer your patronage to our people too, yes? Let's see, perhaps you could begin with Marnos. They are one of our foremost artisans, once held in the highest esteem by the Knights of Verbert. With the knights gone, however, Marnos has no opportunity to put their skills to use. They would be overjoyed for your patronage. Dog friends. 1,100, 1,182, 1,183, 1,184. Wait, did I already count that leaf? Ah, who, what, where, wait, you're immortal! Huzzah, huzzah! Well met, yes, very well met indeed. Have you old and tired arms and armor that are threatening to fall apart at a critical juncture in battle? If you answered yes, you've come to the right Numo. I will restore your equipment to pristine condition for a payment of a pair of moss fungus legs. Moss fungi roam just outside the cave. Please, please, please give me their legs and your patronage to me. Ah, you are returned. And with the moss fungus legs, I hope. They are tools of my trade, lest you wonder, used to polish metal and leather, alike to a lustrous sheen. Now that I have work again, I must replenish my stores. Choo. Huzzah! 2 moss fungus legs as befit the work. Ah, to have neither more nor less than expected of us, than what we can provide, there's no greater joy. You see, for there to be honor in a task, we must receive precisely what it is worth. Too little means you belittle our ability, too much means you question our integrity. You've given me a fitting payment, so my services are at your disposal. I shall begin by inspecting your equipment. I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for the materials, I'm pleased to say that all your arms and armor may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, however, there's no need to hurry. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin which you may pay me with when you desire to have work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Oh, and if you mean to offer your patronage to another, may I suggest Ysgaif yonder? Ysgaif. Judging for your equipment, 'tis plain you're no stranger to battle. I believe Ysgaif will have something to offer you. Ah, to have so many men visit us at once. This is a joyous day indeed. If it please you, please give me your patronage. As my patron, I ask that you remove the noxious mushrooms that grow in our cave. Flame spores, they're called. We would tend to them with magics, except they leave behind a harmful ash. We've no choice but to pluck them one at a time. Now, you'll be curious as to what I have to offer. I am a purveyor of wares that will aid you in your travels. In exchange for your fitting payment, I will give you my choicest items. You've already removed the flame spores? How very quick you are. Oh, but did you perchance search by the western entrance as well? I'm told that more have cropped up in that area. As you pluck the last of the flame spores, you sense a gaze from the entrance. There, Minfilia. How's it going? Ah! I wasn't spying or anything. I just finished my task and... I should go and report back. Nope, that's not the mount button. Ah, you are returned. Have you dealt with the flame spores by the western entrance as well? Excellent. No more poisonous spores irritating our noses for a little while at least. Oh dear, I believe I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron again, it reminds me of the old days. There every day, I would carry my wares to the castle to offer in exchange for men's patronage. Back then, the castle wasn't called Liagiai. The Verberites built it, and they named it Ruinous Licht. It was their last bastion in the struggle against sin eaters, and now they're gone. All of them. Nobles and knights and common folk alike. But enough reminiscing. I must give you what you have earned. And if you desire anything else I possess, I would be glad to offer them to you, for a fitting price, of course. Would you be offering your patronage to anyone else? If so, would you consider Woodlad? They've been under the weather of late, and the chance to perform an honorable task would cheer them up. What? You would be my patron? But I can't do anything for you. The lawless ones took my invisible ink, and without it, I can't make my arcane wares. Who are the lawless ones? They're new Mo like us, except they've turned their backs on our values. Curs without honor, they are. They refuse to work, instead spending all their time cavorting and making a nuisance of themselves. It was when I was outside for a walk that they set upon me and robbed me of my possessions, the ink included. I was too weak to resist them, but you, mortal, you look quite strong. Do you think you could take back my ink from those villains? If you do, I will consider it your patronage, and by way of my service, I will make you something very special. Excuse me, Kiliana, but I couldn't help overhearing. You mean to undertake this task? Will you let me accompany you? I would learn from you, and help in what little way I can. You're welcome to join. Thank you so much. The lawless ones make their lair to the south, inside a cave called Father Collard's Chambers. They took many vials of ink. It would be grateful if you could bring as many back as possible. Keep an eye on the raid channel since we're starting late today, but an undetermined amount of late. I think he said at least an hour, so I think I've got time. So we're probably starting around 6, but there's a chance for early. Honestly, I think after Raid, unless I'm dead tired, I might just do more New Game Plus. I'm enjoying myself. I like Shadowbringers a lot. So there is no rush to get through this, because like I said, I don't think Endwalker New Game Plus is going to be around until April. But still, there are side stories to do and such that I want footage for. Father College Chambers is through here. I peered inside, and sure enough, it was milling with new Mo. They looked none too friendly. If Thancred were here, he'd tell me to go about it quietly and quickly. Let us split up. I'll find all the ink I can and come back outside. See you shortly, Kiliana. Why the fuck can't I see it? Don't say it's because it's invisible. SMH my head. Yeah, this place is actually really annoying at level because all these fuckers see you. You can't fly. on the light real quick. It is dark in here.
Oh, thank goodness. There you are. Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe.
I'm glad you were safe too.
I haven't seen much actual combat, so I was a little nervous, but I'm happy I could help. The Minfilius before me battled Sin Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world. I didn't know how to live, let alone fight. Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens. I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me. Because I'm not her. I'm not his Minfilia. Once, we journeyed to Nabatha Reng together. To the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then... I'm not sure what happened after that. I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all. It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded. There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence, though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you, because I knew that was what she wanted. But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something, or bring you to someone, or somewhere? I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach. What is that?
Horror game. That's what it is.
Why? Why did you imprison us? Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair. Come and play with us.
It came from the castle. This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Numo. I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
She wants someone to come and play with her, Grand. They've sealed her in that boring old castle. To quote the opening of her fight, Come and play a while, for the night is young, and you can sleep when you're dead. Mercy, your majesty. We had no choice. Please forgive us. Oh, it's you. My ink. Were you able to retrieve it? Ah, yes, this is the ink. And almost all of it, too. When our king spoke to me, my day went from bad to worse, but thanks to you, it's simply bad again. What, you had a vision too? Oh, woe is us. Ordinarily, when a living being turns into a Sin Eater, it loses everything about its mind that defined it. However, the king has retained some of their instincts. It's manifested in a desire to play and be free. So strong is that desire, it often leaks through the seal to invade our consciousness. For a long time we've ignored it, but we can't do so forever. But forgive me, I was going to thank you for reuniting me with my ink. You did exactly as I asked, so I will give you the service I promised. Nothing up my sleeve, and voila! May it serve you well. Ah, there's nothing like honorable work. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, I should mention that Elder Wood Anik returned a moment ago. If you seek them out, I dare say they'll have tidings for you. Ah, there you are. I'm informed that you've been an excellent patron for our people. For that you have my thanks. Now then, you'll be pleased to hear that we've come to a decision regarding the scepter. If you would gather your companions, I will deliver our answer. Before I begin, please allow me to express my gratitude for your kind patronage. Having been deprived of purpose for so long, our people are overjoyed at being able to serve again. But on the matter of the stone scepter, during our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we will never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from torment. In light of this, we've decided to entrust their fate to you. Take it, the stone scepter of the new Mo. Makes 3 relics. One more and we can arrange a meeting with the warden. Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as to regards to your foe. In regards to your foe, know that Titania is not a name, but a title bestowed on one chosen to lead the Pixies by the grace of nature. This leader, upon Ilmeg's founding, arose as ruler to all Feyfolk to bring order to our rightest kind. In our turn, we Feyfolk render our blessing unto nature, unto water, wood, and wind, that our king might be further empowered. Though they are become a Sin Eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full fury of nature. Oh dear. Is there anything else that we should know? Anything else? Only that if you feel unready for the challenge, and none would blame you for it, you're welcome to remain among us a while longer. After all, I myself have yet to enjoy your patronage, and who knows when I may next have the chance. We would see that you are comfortable, of course, and do all in our power to make you feel at home. Haha. Oi! Honestly, I look away for one moment, and every fairy and their nuncle tries to steal my sapling from me. This is my sapling. Mine, do you hear? Not yours and not the Fwat's. And anyone who so much as thinks is trying to seduce her will wish they hadn't. Final relic is a pair of shoes wrought of crystal. They are held in the Amaro's safekeeping at their settlement, Wackeldorf. It beareth mentioning that these Amaro are unlike those which thou hast heretofore encountered. Owing to a peculiarity of evolution, they are capable of speech, and thus we might negotiate with them as we have the Feyfolk. Though it saddens us to see you leave, we wish you well on your way. When you arrive in Wollickdorf, not Wackeldorf, Wollickdorf, seek out the largest of the Amaro. His name is Seto, and he is their leader and the bearer of the relic. Wollickdorf. AOL just fucking pops in to say fuck off, she's mine, and pops back out of existence. I'm wondering if we'll get to the trial. We might not get to the trial before raid, but that's all the more reason for me to just, you know, just do a little bit more after raid, you know? I do love the trial. Maybe it's like because I developed Stockholm Syndrome with it, but it's, you know. You'll see, Grand. You'll see. Feol does play a role at the end of the Titania fight, I will say that. Because Feol is a goddamn boss. An enormous Amaro slumbers peacefully. Seto! Ardbert? Oh, forgive me, I was having a dream. Seldom do men visit us. What brings you to our village? Did I hear you all right? You desire the crystal shoes that you may confront the Light Warden? No, you mustn't think such thoughts. Even if you are indeed immune to the Light's corruption, as you claim, vanquishing the king will bring you naught but sorrow. Forget this folly. Return whence you came. Well, we appreciate your concern. We have no choice in the matter. Will you not reconsider? Come, my friends. Let us leave him with his thoughts. Seto is a good boy. It is harder by far to change the minds of they who mean well than those who mean ill. Forgive me, but I'm not sure I understand. And little wonder, 'tis the first time thou hast set foot here. It would behoove you to learn something of the nature of this community, I think, and there is no surer way than to speak with its members. In such wise, you will come to understand Seto's reasoning for refusing us, and, I hope, gain an insight into how he may yet be persuaded. So I bid ye seek out the Amaro and make yourselves known unto them. A gentle touch shall suffice by way of greeting. Well now, it's not often that we are visited by men, much less unglamoured ones. What brings you so far from your own kind? I have to pet him. Forgot to pet him. Pet. Oh, how long has it been since I last felt men's touch? I cannot help but be reminded of my master's hand. He was a knight of Verbert, a noble and valiant soul. But like so many others, he died fighting the Sin Eaters. Though he is long departed, I remain in this land out of respect for his memory. Pet. Oh, that tickles! Enough! I never had a master, I'm not accustomed to it. Not that I dislike your kind, you understand. On the contrary, we Amaro are bred to be fond of men. In the beginning, we were all of us mindless beasts, but then a mage of Ronka gave us the gift of intelligence that we might better serve our masters. After that empire fell, those with the gift eventually died out. On rare occasions, however, we are born with the seed of our ancestors in us. If we live long enough amongst men, this seed may quicken, restoring the power of speech to us amongst other things. So it was with me, though I never had a master, as I told you. Pet. Oh, what's happening? Why am I being patted? It's wonderful. Seldom do we have a chance to enjoy the attentions of men. Your kind are loath to come here for fear of the Fey folk. But then we are Fey folk too. When first we made our home here, we swore an oath to the Fairy King, you see. It's easy to forget sometimes. Thou hast peered into the hearts of the Amaro, I take it. Then thou canst not choose but see the intense and abiding love they bear for men. It is out of concern for our welfare and not scorn that Seto seeketh to dissuade us from confronting their king. Yet confront their king we must, and to that end we must needs have the crystal shoes. Ileana, might I prevail upon thee to confer with Seto in private? The task of slaying the Light Warden will ultimately be thine, and it is for thee, I believe, that he worrieth most. Tell him of thy many great deeds. Spoken in earnest, thy words may yet move him to change his mind. Seto, you're a good boy, and I am a champion. You have spoken with my brethren. Then you see it is not out of scorn that I deny you the relic. I simply cannot bear to see men fight and die. Not anymore. None of us can. To lose one who has placed a gentle hand on us even once fills our hearts with untold sorrow, as my brothers and sisters will readily attest. This is something I must do. Oh, what am I to make of such declarations? Tell me, why do you wish this? This land is no longer man's to fight for, nor will your doing so compel the Fey folk to change. And in order to obtain the other relics, you will already have paid the due price. Not more is owed. Why, then, would you risk all to face our fallen king? To do what no one else can. What did you say? The very words. Be mere coincidence. Very well, you may believe what you say, but we shall see if you have the strength to do it. Sin Eaters have been prowling the area of late. Prove yourself against them, and I will consider giving you the relic. See that you are well prepared, then meet me in the clearing to the east. There I will lure out the fiends, that you may slay them. I will use my voice to alert the Sin Eaters, as I once did when I hunted with an old friend. A feeble cry for the ravenous, a mighty roar for the territorial. They'll remember the tricks. But come, we begin at your signal. I'm ready, Seto. Ready then? Very well. You made short work of those creatures, I will not deny it. I've seen enough. Let us return to Wallachdorf. By the ease with which you slew those Sin Eaters, I see that you are capable. However, I still require time to think, and if you should be willing, there is a favor I would ask of you. This is not a test of your strength, but a personal request. Please hear my tale. A while ago, I fought Sin Eaters who had wandered into Ilmeg. In the heat of battle, I dropped a prized possession, a medallion. Of all the places that it should fall, it was Longmirror Lake. We Amaro are not fond of water. We certainly cannot dive very deep. I briefly entertained the thought of turning to the Fuath, but they're more likely to keep my medallion of mischief than return it to me. I despaired of retrieving my treasure, but having seen what you are capable of, perhaps you will be able to find it. While I ponder your request for the shoes, will you not go and search for my medallion? If it should elude even you, I will accept that it is gone forever. Sweet. I've got even more time than expected. Raja won't be home for about another 45 minutes. So we've got definitely enough time to get through the trial. Yeah, no, he had his, at a family member's birthday party, which is a fair and valid reason to not be, at raid. More time for New Game Plus. Sato, I found your thingy. I found a medallion. Ah, you have returned. How fared your search?
Ah, my medallion! You found it! Oh, I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession. A gift from a dear departed soul. He was a traveler, and together we journeyed to the ends of the world and back again, when I was young. In those days, I could not speak, but we found joy in each other's company nonetheless. Oh, the memories. This medallion he found during an adventure, fashioned it into a necklace for me, his partner in crime. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy. His name was Artbert, and he was my friend.
Ardbert, thou sayest?
Everyone blamed him for the flood, him and his comrades. Some few spoke up for them, of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse. It was too much to bear, and so I left behind men and their lies, and came to this place. Ardbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help. It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet, he was a good man. He deserved to be happy. I wish I could have told him that, at least.
Poor Ardbert. I'm sure Ardbert knows how you feel.
You remind me of him. Your kindness. When we Amaro were created, we were granted the ability to perceive souls. Thus did we recognize our masters. That ability has long since faded from our kind. But due, perhaps, to my reversion, I can see your soul. Faintly, but surely. It is reminiscent of Ardbert's. Strikingly so. Of course, you are you and no one else.
We are defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path we walk. Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel that this is more than mere coincidence. Which is why I will place my faith in you. The relic. It is yours.
There's trouble! Terrible trouble!
Has something happened at Lida Loran?
Together with the twins, we were playing tricks on some nasty mortals to stop them from setting foot in Ilmeg. At first they ran off screaming, which was lots of fun. But then a scary, bony, wrinkly old mortal came along and spoiled everything. None of our tricks seemed to work on him, which is no fun at all. And now they're getting closer and closer.
Ranjit. If he manages to find his way in, all our efforts will have been for naught.
As thou sayest. Should we be discovered ere our mission here is complete, and the Light Warden yet liveth, our task will be rendered nigh impossible. If we are to prevail, we must needs divide our forces. Thus do I propose the following. Whilst thou salliest forth to meet with the Light Warden, we shall join in the effort to obstruct the trespassers. Should we succeed in staying their advance, all the better. Yet even should we fail, if we can but delay our enemy's arrival long enough for thee to secure victory, our plan may still be deemed a success.
Popping off for no reason.
So the moment the lights go out, we all beat a hasty retreat, yes?
Let me come with you. I have the blessing too.
No, Minfilia. You'll only get underfoot. Now come.
I wish there were more I could do. Please be careful.
Forgive me, it seems my indecision has cost you precious time. But I am convinced now, convinced that you will triumph. To the south, you will find a bridge to Liagiaia. As the bearer of the 4 relics, the gate to the castle will open to you. Time for a banger. It's not really a banger, because, like, it's definitely not classified as a banger. But, God, I love the Primals theme. Pretty sure it's Stockholm Syndrome from having to listen to it so much, but Titania's theme is so very Fae-like, and so very good. Hopefully I can solo it. There's going to be some spicy things that'll hit me. I might be able to pull in a friend if I can't, but as I always say, I will try everything once. The gate has recognized that you bear all 4 relics. The seal is broken. All that remains is to enter the castle and confront Titania. a being bereft of reason and mercy. It is sure to be a ferocious battle, but if anyone can bring an end to our king's torment, it is you. Yet know this, my adorable sapling, though we Fey folk may appear to live unfettered lives, there are still laws that bind us. Take back as much as is taken, to create as much as destroyed, to give as much as received. In all things, balance must be preserved, and the same will be asked of you. But worry not, come what may, your beautiful branch will ever be at your side. The dancing plague. Here we go. Who goes there? Are you the one who broke the seal? Ah, so much time lost, so much frolicking and feasting left undone. We must make up for it. We must, beginning by playing with you. Oh, this might not work. Okay. I forgot that not standing in them gives an ad. Yeah, I might need a friend for this. Yeah, they just die. The more the merrier. Come and join us, my children. Alright, here's the DPS check, so we shall see if I can do this. Should be able to. Looks not bad. Well, maybe. We'll see. There's 2 phases to it. I don't think I do enough damage. Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't think I do enough damage to, because I'm already at 60% and I've got a whole second part of this to go. No way in hell. Alas, I do not do enough damage. Farewell! Ouchie, ouch. 99, 100. And thus, I am deceased. Alright. Titania, unsoloable. Unfortunate. See if I can steal Glit to do it, otherwise we'll have to do it with real people. So Kin grabs her bestest bud, Glit Gagarin, and tries again. If this doesn't work, I'll have to actually play the game. Oh yeah, way better. The power of having a DPS friend. We were at like 60 last time when we got here. Bigger is better. You hear it here first, folks. Oh, I did that cover way too soon. That hurt! Excellent.
We can play no more.
And the light is released. And we eat that shit for breakfast. And the night sky is here. At last, Urianger has something to study.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak. The dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose. For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king. The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place. However, should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do. My adorable sapling, my precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see, to sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden, that is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
And so Feol is crowned the new king. Rejoice and revel, for the kingdom of rainbows is forever young.
Now, shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Hehehe. Feol about to put it in the Ilmoran's butts.
Confound it! How did they get here so fast?
Damn these pixies and their tricks!
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to Yulmore. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
Look! The sky!
She's done it. The Warrior of Darkness has triumphed.
General? What are our orders? What do we do?
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the Warrior of Darkness.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said...
The king is returned! Make ready the feast! Make ready the feast!
What's happening? Water? That wasn't there before.
The night is delightful. Dance we shall. The night is delightful. Sing we shall.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it! General, they come in greater numbers. We must retreat.
All who stand with a Warrior of Darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Feor volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Feor, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wish to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fey folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present. We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter. To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Ilmeg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength. In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
We'll be sad to lose you.
Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would his nephews.
Yeah. Beowulf has become Titania. We defeated the previous one. And the one who defeated the king should become the king, but she was like, yo, you're a human, and I like you as a human, so I'll take this, okay? So now, Beowulf is Titania. But also Beowulf. And she just sends a little piece of herself with us. She rules over Ilmeg. Ne'er for a moment did I doubt that thou wouldst triumph over thy foe, yet the majesty of thine achievement delighteth me none the less. Night hath returned to Ilmeg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom, and averting the eighth umbral calamity. 'Tis but a pity thou were not present to see the Fey folk put the Ulmorans to flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. Ah, but what valuable allies they might prove, were the mood only to take them. I knew you could do it, and not only because of your blessing. You have a strength all your own, and it has seen us through many a trial. With the warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we were going together, needless to say. To the bitter end, the fate of our two worlds being at stake and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Fey folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful the city was spared Ylmer's attentions, but I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for all of us when I say that I've had a belly full of Ilmeg. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again. The twins are like, oh god, please no. Not the playing, anything but the playing. So with that, we restored the night sky to 2 locations. Can't tell because it's 3:47 p.m., but I promise you, the night sky would show up were it nighttime.
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Yes. Ylmer was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
But who's this? We know that coat. Those dull, lifeless eyes.
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
And you are...
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page. Though by rights its youth should long since have faded.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations. As for my true identity... I am Emmett Selk, Ascian.
Gaius spoke of you, A native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining? Following the flood, the First had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink. And adding his lumpen weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met. But you had to come and ruin it all.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters.
Mm-hmm. Tell me more.
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what La Habrea did. And we all know how well that ended for him. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground? For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the Source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright.
If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions. Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
Cooperation? He can't be serious, can he? Well, I've certainly been given much to ponder. But first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, Kilniana. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent exertions, I'd say you'd earned a rest. Go on, take yourself to bed. We'll speak to you later, refreshed and ready for more. And that is where we're going to leave it for now, because the raid group do be forming. But, yeah. So Emmett Selk has revealed himself to us, and instead of taking the path of strife and war, he's like, hey, you know, maybe we'll find some common ground. Instead of just, you know, going to fighting, you've ruined my plans, and I could just make new plans. But instead, let's learn a little about each other. And then he disappeared. Is he being honest? We don't know. We'll find out. But for now, that's it for this. Raid is going to go until 9 o'clock. And then I'm going to probably do some more, because honestly, we've been schmoovin'. We did all of the second dungeon, first trial, and we might be able to finish part 1 tonight. I don't have work tomorrow, so I'm just kind of inclined to stay up and have a grand old time. Alright, cat, I know you just got comfortable, but I have to use the restroom before raid. Mwah! A kitty cat. But for now, that is it for New Game Plus. So, hey, raid ends around 9 p.m. Eastern, which is in like 2.5 hours. Math is hard. So hey, more of that then if you don't want to watch us get murdered by a vampire a lot. So let's see.